How's that Linux version going? Pretty good. We said Friday, didn't we? That's when it'll come out. My message didn't send. Maybe I did see something. It was weird. Like, the chat updated, but yeah. I was here first, Anthony. Have I started actually working on it? So, like, I'm pretty sure the Linux version works. But, like, I might as well, like, if I'm gonna go onto my laptop and export it, I might as well export this version. Yeah, I gotta, you know, allocate my time wisely. So when I release this version of the game, I'll also put it on Linux. I also have to figure out what to do with Steam, because I know I could, like, I have to be, you know, periodically updating the Steam version. But the Steam, like, platform is so annoying to get used to. Alright, let me figure out what I want to do today. Some level design. That's what we've been doing every day. We need Steam nowadays. Well, yeah, I'm going to use itch, but I need to also post it on Steam. Steam's algorithm works well when you, I mean, like, you want to work it well, which is, they like when you are updating their platform as much as possible, or, you know, updating your game on their platform as much as possible. 410 level design as usual. There are some things that I wanted to fix. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna do this today, but I will put this on like a to-do because I think it's important. I do want another tilemap for this world. I want it to look more like caves, because it'll be in the demo. Like, actually, maybe we'll make this into its own level. Like this. Actually, if I do this, I have to do it now. Like, we'll put this all in its own little section. Oh, how much? I don't know if I'm overscoping right now. I'm thinking maybe this could all be thrown into its own room. I mean, like, into its own world, and then, you know, by the time you finish this demo here, you would go into this room, and this would be its own little mechanic here. Or, I mean, this would be its own section, and you can select this level. I would have to do... We have 20 days to do a shit ton of level design, and I also don't know if I want to put all the mechanics here. Although, we do have a lot of stuff. Like, we could put the laser beams, we could throw that in there, make this room, expand on this room to make it easier. Honestly, not a bad idea. Managed to get a new login manager to work. Bravo, Mia. Nice. Congrats. Why did I make a trailer so early on when you're adding new stuff? So I made a trailer because I needed a trailer because I was working on the Steam page, and the what's it called? The Steam Next Fest is in June. I mean, I guess I had a lot of time, but yeah. Honestly, I was planning on doing the Kickstarter, like, after I finished the trailer, but now I'm just like, oh, I want to add more stuff. Like, the game, I want to make the game to be better. I want the game to be better. So, yeah. Hey, how's it going, Half Moon? So yeah, that's why I worked on the trailer. But honestly, yeah, I'm glad because it's good. It's good to have something, and I think the next trailer will be even better. So yeah, I might even do another trailer. I might. I paid a decent amount for that trailer, but I think it was decent, and I think the next one would be even better. So yeah. Am I going to hire the same dude? Maybe. Probably actually. If he's still down for it. Sadly, don't work on my game today. I have a stupid headache. Oh, I see. That's the trick, Half Moon. I have a headache every day, at all points in the day. Just learn to live with it. No, I don't have a headache every day, but like, actually, yeah. Sometimes when I'm on stream, I do have a headache, and I kind of just power through it. Yeah, but yeah. Hopefully you get better soon. Alright. I'm still getting distracted. Let's see. I've been updating my movie list for anyone who is interested. Let me see. I'll post it. I keep updating the list. Wait, let me see. I watched this movie like 2 nights ago. It's a horror movie, but it's not that scary. It's more so a thriller. Some of these aren't indie, I just threw them all in here. I guess that's the only one I did see. Geralt's Game. What did I see the other day? Oh, Devil's Pass. It's not that good, but if you want a horror movie. I hope you get better in PC. I'm not sick. I'm doing all right. Oh, I hope you don't get better. Oh, damn. Honestly, I like that. I'd rather you not wish me to get better. All right. Let's not get distracted anymore. Let's figure out what we want to finish up today. All right. So to the to-do list is another tilemap because this is going to be a part of a different room or a different world, and I'm gonna say this is like caves, and we actually do have a caves tilemap or caves texture, so I could technically use that. Quick list of the advantages of using Godot over Unreal. Our lead programmer says he likes it more, but we're still not 100% sure. Personally, I don't know much about Unreal to compare it to, but like from what I've heard, like the overhead of Unreal is like it's a lot more, like just the size of the files and all of that, exporting it. I feel like Godot is really good for like smaller scoped games or projects, whatever you're doing with it. Unreal is 100% better. Dude, I don't get it. How are there so many people? Like, literally none of my viewers are Godot users. It's literally just Unreal and Unity. And they hate on Godot. What are you guys doing here? Go watch. Who's online right now? Let me tell you some good. Here, let me find some Unity developers for you, Mr. Octo. Mr. Octo, look at this. Unity right here. Unity right here. All right, 2 Unity devs. Actually, I don't know if Simple Game Dev uses. Yeah, he uses Unity. If you want an Unreal, I know a good Unreal Titan. What's his name? Freaking Titan. Dude, I'm following so many people now. Where's Titan? Black Void Titan. I forgot his, Here you go. Unreal. The real question is, why am I following Unity devs? Because I don't hate on them when I watch their stream. Yeah, he was just streaming today. Let me, if you guys are interested, he streams much earlier than me. He lives like on the other side of the world. And he's also doing the marathon jam actually. He was too sus to be left alive. Alright. I love getting distracted. Still, I'm stuck in a loop. Alright. Level design as usual. Are there any other mechanics that I want to fix today? Or like, there's one thing I was thinking of doing with this exact mechanic, and I'm thinking, if like right now, if you go inside, you can go left and right and kind of just, you know, stay static. I don't know if I like this. I'm thinking maybe if you switch directions, it should force you maybe to go up. So if you're going left, or like here, let me put this into paint. I don't know if it's gonna look good though. Basically, if you're, you know, going right and then you want to turn left, then it's gonna be more like, here, let's just draw it. So yeah, if you're going this way and then all of a sudden the player inputs left, then they should maybe go up and then left. Oh shit. You know, my monitor like shut down. But yeah, I was thinking of doing this because I want to do another type of level where the player uses, let's say this is our tile map, and like, you know, our player is over here. I was thinking of putting, you know, those zones, the twilight zones, in here in these little sections, and basically what the player would have to do is they dash inside. But when you dash inside, they can't just go in and then out, and then they can use that momentum to come back out and then go here. What I want them to do is like, we'll have spikes here, you know, and what we'll do is like, I want to force them to make them get a turn in the game before they come out. So like, kind of like make like a sine wave coming in and out, and then going in here, and then making another sine wave, rather than, you know, dashing in, doing a quick back and then going inside. I think that's like, I don't know, I feel like it's cheesy. Hey, how's it going, Dragon Skull? Dragon Skull has connected. Welcome back, Dragon Skull, to Aseprite and Godot Engine plus tiled. Hello, gaming time. Nobody here uses Aseprite though. We stick to Microsoft Paint. This is the true game dev experience. Touch grass plus Godot bad plus no second cam plus bad music, no maidens, cheaty script, disgusting. You forgot Linux. Forgot I don't use Linux. So we might work on this mechanic. The only thing that I'm concerned with, not mechanic, obviously, new feature. The only thing I am concerned with is that it might not seem intuitive, and then people are gonna die. Well, this mechanic happens. So we'll have to see. True gamers writing bitmaps by hand. Like a snake, so you can't move back. Oh, that's also a pretty cool idea. That's a cool idea, actually. Snake. I don't know what. So it would have to be some sort of like. Like a bar. And I also don't know why you why would you die going through the galaxy? You know, it has to make some sort of has to make sense as to why you're dying. Like I like, yeah, I get it. It's kind of like Tron, where you like go through those, where you're riding that bike and it kills you, but at the same time, why? And I have the. Yeah, my idea is actually good for once. Don't speak too soon. You see here, there's a question mark. I don't know if it's actually a good idea, and if I can actually make the, like, we could obviously just place hitboxes here and then kill the player, but like also I want to make sure it like makes sense. You know what we could do? We could, instead of, like, I was gonna say, like, I was thinking to make the player turn, instead of, like, if they were to press left, it would automatically turn them left or right, but what I'm thinking is maybe if they're trying to turn left, they can't. If they're going straight to the right, they can't turn right unless they turn up. Unless they turn up. That's one idea. What if you always move in the direction you most recently moved? So you're always moving. Yeah, that's how it works currently. Yeah, it works like that. Like if I just press D, or you know, if I just press right, it's only going to move right. Well, okay. How it works is there's like a priority list that I'm also gonna update. But you know, if I just if I dash into it, right now I'm pressing left and right. Like I'm tapping left, now I'm tapping right. Oh, we still didn't fix this. Same with like up left or up down. But if you just always move in the direction you recently moved, so you're always, but then you're staying still. So like, yeah, it's always gonna grab one direction, and it seems it actually, yeah, it prioritizes. There's no priority here. These little sections are too small for me to test out like diagonals, but I'm pretty sure. If I press upright, it's gonna, the last direction is upright. Oh no. It would be pretty hard to prioritize upright because it's like, it's almost impossible for you to let go of W or D at the same time. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe if you are going right, you just can't go left unless you press up. Like if your movement direction is vector 2.right, you got to make sure it's not vector 2.right if you want to go vector 2.left. And that would be a lot easier to code. I'm just worried also that doesn't seem intuitive for the player. Like they might start like thinking like, hey, why can't I go left? Oh, but we introduce it. I got it. I got it. So basically, what I was thinking of doing before we introduce this level, the one that I put in Paint, like where it's like, you know, you go inside the same box and you come out and do this. What we're gonna do is first introduce another level, that's like this. Let's use the appropriate colors. Something like, wait, what am I trying to do? Something like this, like this, and then like this. And then our twilight is in here. And we have to do multiple of these so the player knows that they can turn. Hopefully this is enough to teach the player. If you don't know, then you uninstall the game and return return it to the owner. Okay, there we go. And then, yeah, you just dash through, make a right, make up, and go left. And by this point, they should know. We put some spikes here so they die, put spikes here. Okay, dude, I should be saving these. These are like works of art. These are gonna be sold as NFTs one day. Maybe. There we go. Alright, let's do it. Okay, so let's go into our player code. Let me update this actually. Get up. Practical NFTs. NPC NFT. NFT NPC. Practical NPC NFT. Yeah, let's do it. What did I do? Did we update our player at all? Doesn't seem like it. Updated spike telemap was one thing we did, and twilight shader thing. Whoops. Okay. What's taking so long? How the hell are you finding dark theme for everything? You just, if you have, what the hell is going on? What did I add here? If you go into my, you know, your Windows settings and just have dark theme set, it should work automatically. Hopefully that didn't break anything. Okay, let's do this. Player 10, player 16, player 15, 16. Alright, so all we want to do in our player movement, we're going to go into Twilight movement. I think we've been throwing everything in here to make our life a little easier for future me. Twilight movement plus equals our last movement input dot normalized times 20. What we want to do here is make sure that vector2 dot left, or you know, our movement input does not equal our last twilight momentum, our current twilight momentum, or our current twilight momentum dot normalized. Twilight momentum is equal to, I don't know what, I thought we should do like a twilight direction, but I guess we're using twilight momentum. That's fine. We would just have to normalize it and then grab, and then just compare it to the last movement input. So here, let's do this. If last movement input does not equal negative, actually, we'd have to compare both the x and y. Actually, let me try this. If our last movement input does not equal last movement input, or sorry, twilight momentum is not equal to negative twilight momentum dot normalized. Pass. And then I think we'll just throw all of this in here. Let's try that. What's going on? Twilight momentum plus equals. Yeah, I think that's. I think that's it. We should probably print this out while this is happening, but hopefully we're just god tier programmers, and it just works. Okay. It does work here, it seems. So I wasn't able to go back. But let's see. It's gonna be hard because like this little section is there's not like a lot of movement here. So let's just try this in another room. But I think it does work. The only thing I am concerned with is if our starting direction is like, for whatever reason, let's say 0. I'm sorry, not 0. Like, if we jump up here and for some reason, there we go. Yeah, it does work. Wait, no, it doesn't work. What? Let me see here. Who programmed you? Let me see. I'll be right back. If last movement input does not equal twilight moment. So, I mean, we could just compare what the... Okay. Our twilight momentum, let's print this out. It does not equal negative, then we update our movement. Yeah, maybe there's something we're not accounting for. Let me try this again. Print out twilight momentum. Dot normalized. And I want to bring our player into that room because that one was gives us a lot more freedom to test it out. Alright, okay. Alright, so the issue is that it takes a very long time for our thing to update, and it's also like -1 and -0. Like these values are kind of they give us problems. So it works here because currently we're printing, you know, -1 and 0. But if for whatever reason it's something like, let's say, well, actually, our values are never really 1 or negative. Like, it takes a while for it to be equal to 1, and we need it to be a little bit more responsive than that. So let's go back into our code, and what we're going to do is just, we have to make like a bunch of if statements, basically checking for, you know, if it's greater than 0, if it's less than 0 on the x-axis, and if it's less than or greater than 0 on the y-axis. So let's do it. We'll say, and I guess we'll say, I wonder if we'll make a variable called can move, can change direction, or something like that. And then we'll run this later on. Or I mean, we could just run it here, like in every single if statement. We'll do like an elif. Let's just try it out. We'll keep this here printed for now. So we'll say if last movement input dot x. Actually, what we're going to say is, yeah, if it's greater than 0, then we want to check for something else. We'll do something else, and then we'll do if last movement input.y is greater than 0, else. I'm trying to think if we need elifs, because if the player is going up left, then they should have the ability to go left. Or if they're going straight up, they have the ability to go either up or left. So we could even make a function here saying like can move left, can move right, you know, all of the above. I'm trying to think what is the best solution though. Okay, move left. Okay, if last movement is greater than 0, so if our movement input is to move right, we would have to check if the player is moving up or down, or I'm sorry, if the player is moving left, then they can't. So let's do this. We could even do this. Alright, let's do this. If, where is it? Twilight momentum. If twilight momentum dot x is less than 0, and we're gonna do this now. Can turn. We'll say can turn, var can turn, or whatever. Yeah, can turn is equal to false. Can turn is equal to, I mean, we can leave it like that for now, or we could by default say can turn is equal to true, set this to false. So if our twilight momentum is x dot x minus less than 0, then can turn is false. We need to make sure that our momentum, this might mess with us just a bit, because sometimes at a certain point it's still negative, but we're also still going upwards, and the player should have the ability at this point to move left. I don't know. It might not feel responsive. We have to try it out. So we want to do this exact thing, but in the in the opposite direction. But let me see. Yeah, I'm just worried that on the opposite direction, this will mess with us. Let's just try it out. So we have this can turn variable now, and what we're gonna do. Where's the code? Twilight movement. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore this for now, and what we're going to do is just say, instead of saying if our last movement input does not equal our twilight momentum normalized, we're just going to say if can turn. And there we go. Okay, yeah. So I can't turn unless, and it takes a long time because we still have to. I don't even have enough time to like test this out. And it's -0. Alright, let's do this. If our twilight momentum dot x, or sorry, dot y, and I think we can grab the absolute value of this, dot absolute value of twilight momentum dot y is greater than, I think greater than 0 is not, like, it's not enough. I think, like, it should be maybe 0.3 or 4, like something. Like, I think 0 is too little, because then you could, like, kind of manipulate it to turn right or left. We'll have to see. Let's just try this out for now. So these are our new edge cases. And I think we'll fix up these if statements so that we'll check for this first, because I think this is a better thing. But we still need to do this on the opposite on the other axis with you know, y being our last movement input. But let's see. Also, I have to take a dump, so I'm gonna do that really quick. Alright, so it seems like we can't move. That is so strange. Alright. I'll be right back. Still pooping to this day. He's taking his time, don't rush it. Yeah. I also took a shower. I mean, I didn't take my time though. I was thinking about you guys. Okay. I hope you can do both at the same time. You gotta, you know, they don't call me practical NPC for nothing. You gotta kill two birds with one stone. Spilled tea everywhere. I don't have a napkin. Give me 1 second. Back in my day, we called that waffle stomping it down the drain. I was gonna mention something similar, but I didn't want to go there. Just gonna leave it to your imagination. Yeah, we still haven't fixed what we wanted to do here. Let me see. What's our twilight momentum? It's -0, or you know what's weird? It says 1. It's either ever 1 or 0, or I mean 1 or -1. I have to see what's going on there. Howdy How wants to offer me a promotion for my channels and blah blah blah. Thank you. Oh, okay, so it's set to 1 or whatever. This is not technically our twilight momentum. This is our direction normalized. So it's either 1 or -1. But this is not equal. Let me see. So yeah, if it's 1 or -1, we should be able to turn, but our twilight momentum on the x-axis is either 0 or -0. I'm wondering, maybe we should just do 0.1, or if it's less than 0.1 or greater than... I don't know if this is a good idea. Did I find a shader for that? So I do have the shader. Someone posted it on Discord. Mr. Kulik. He showed me this one. This is like a relatively simple shader that does this. So I could leave the shader like this, I don't mind, but at the same time I also might not use this as a mechanic where the player is forced to die after a certain amount of time, just because I still need to get the level design of these rooms to work. So it still has potential, but I'm just not gonna worry about it just yet, because there's so much stuff we have to do. So yeah, I decided to put that one on the back burner. I think for now, unless we finish it by the end of the month, I'm probably just going to remove that and just give the player, kind of just have to worry about their positioning. So let's see here. If our last... Actually, wait, this doesn't matter. Why did I put this here? This should still be 0. And then... Far twilight momentum dot x is less than 0, then we set this to false. Oh, wait, we messed this up. We should say does not equal 0. Or, no, wait, my bad. If it's equal to 0. The only thing is that this is so rare. Like, switching... Here, let's just try it out. Oh my god, also, going to 0 is pretty difficult. Wait a second. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. Dude, I don't know. What is a better approach to grabbing our last move? Twilight moment. Also, this is our twilight momentum. Let me just make sure I write normalized so I don't keep forgetting. Twilight momentum is normalized. If can turn, this is the only time where we're able to set our new direction. And for the most part, this always seems to happen. And our twilight momentum only gets updated here. Okay. If our twilight momentum dot x is... You know, what we could do is... Here, let me grab this. I'm going to print this as well. We could give it a cap speed as well. Like, instead of checking the normalized value, we could just check the twilight momentum and see where this value stands, like, on the x-axis. So if it's on the x-axis and we're going really fast to the right, then we can still go backwards for a short amount of time. That's... Let me see if that... what those values are. Have to head out. Have a good stream. Thank you, and I hope your headache gets better. Okay, so we are at negative 149 right now. 149. So yeah, the values. I want to see how quick do we get to the Oh, so immediately we're already at negative 200, and that's because when we dash in, our immediate speed gets set. let's try this. If our last movement input, instead of checking for our last movement input, we're gonna check for our twilight momentum. Oh, twilight momentum.x. Okay, so instead of saying twilight momentum.x is less than 0, we're going to say if it's less than negative. Let's try 100. Negative 100. Same with the input.right. So if we are trying to go to the left and our twilight momentum is greater than 100, then can turn is set to false. And that's only if our twilight momentum.y. Here, I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Just wanna see. Just want to handle the left, because this should be enough. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So controlling the player right now is fairly decent. It's just that it's not it's kind of hard to tell. Like, the player doesn't have the ability to go back right now. Like, I'm pressing left, or right now I'm pressing right, and I can't go back. But yeah, it doesn't seem, or it doesn't feel intuitive. So I think we do need to force the player. Like, if they do press, say they're pressing left right now, then we want to make sure that let's see, can turn, if we're setting can turn to false, maybe we can create like a forced direction, var forced direction. And then set that here. So let's do this. Forced is equal to vector2.left. Simple game dev with the party of 11. Thank you, man. How's it going, Simple? I'm gonna give you a shout out. I want to get your name right. Hello, hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We're making some progress. It's how do I say this? Like, we are making progress, but I'd like to make more progress. You know how it is. Here, I'll show you what we're currently working on in just a second. But yeah, how was your stream? Oh, yeah, that was from earlier. My bad. That shouldn't be there. Here, let's pretend that didn't happen. But who knows, maybe I was pooping just now while on stream. Hope you had a good poop. It was good. I did feel a little rushed, you know, because I had to come back to everyone. But it was good. So yeah, we're working on this mechanic. If you've played Celeste, you'll know, you know, there are like these like galaxies blocks that you dash through, and it usually what it does is it grabs your whatever direction you came from. Like if you dashed up straight into it, you would go straight up. Where this one is kind of a combination of the Celeste mechanic of that and the leaf, where you can completely control your positioning. Is the music too loud? I'll lower it just a bit. But yeah, so, whoops, let me look at the chat. Oh, and yeah, you didn't raid during my poop break. I just forgot to take it off. So, Yeah, it works well if I'm playing, but obviously with player input, like, you know, if someone who doesn't know how the mechanic works, they're gonna have some issues. And I plan on designing some levels where it might be hard to tell, but I could also show it in game. But what I want to happen is the player uses the mechanic to go into one block, and then uses the momentum that they built in this block to come out and then go into another one. The only thing is, with the original movement mechanic, the player can manipulate their positioning or like their movement by just going, like, they can do this basically. I don't want them to be able to do that. Like, you know, they go into the orb, into the galaxy, and then they go right, and then immediately afterwards they can go left. What I'd like for them, if they want to go left, they need to go like this, rather than, you know, going back and forth on the same axis. The only thing is, I don't know how to make this intuitive, where the player can't make a left turn. Either what I'm gonna do is, if their movement is vector 2.right, like let's say they're going this way, if they do press left, we can automatically make them go up, like make their movement input be up, and then if they're still pressing left, then they would go left. That's one option. Another option would be to just force them to not be able to press vector 2.left unless there's no input forcing the player, or unless there's no momentum going towards the right direction. That's one of the options. I don't really, we're still messing with it, so I can't say which one's going to be the best solution. Good idea to combine those. This iteration is more fitting to movement. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. But like balancing it is still relatively kind of hard. I actually want to see how they do it in Celeste. Like, I actually don't remember. I think you have full control, but the thing is, you're timed on it, so you don't have much time to think. If you're going back and forth, I think for the most part in that leaf mechanic, it doesn't matter where you are, you just have to get to the other side. Whereas with this one, you have complete control, but you need to use the momentum built from that mechanic to get to the other side. So working on levels for the prologue for my game. I finally have the first level done. Nice! Congratulations. So, I'm curious, because you call it the prologue, but is it a prologue, like... Is the whole game going to be the prologue, or are you just working on the prologue as in it's the demo for the game? Because I also remember you saying you were working on the demo, so I was always confused by that. I gave you a shout out. Also, what's the game called again? I wanna make sure I wishlisted it. I don't think I did actually. Prologue. Oh my god, there's probably... Yeah, can you remind me what the game is called? Or send the link, that'd probably be better. Goddamn, a lot of prologues. International... No, that's not it. Simple game dev. Maybe we can find it that way. Yep, most definitely not. Let's... let's grab it this way. Artificial. Oh. Did you change the name? Or maybe there is an artificial prologue. Because I remember... Yeah, there we go. Quarter 3. For those of you interested, here's the Steam page. There's artificial, where you play as a human. The main game, which also has a daemon on Steam, and there's artificial prologue, which is supposed to be a standalone thing where you play as the monster. Oh, I see. Prologue should be released in 2 months, while the main game will come after that. I see. Oh, okay. But they're both puzzle games. Just one you're playing as the monster, and one you're playing as the human. Why don't I see prologue? Don't see prologue. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's exciting. Oh, Q2. Okay, comes out in 2 months, like you said, and then artificial comes out just after that. Awesome. How long have you been working on this? Screenshots are the same, but the description is different. I see. Fair enough. I need to up my my Steam page. Dude, you know what's very sus? Every time I search memory, then there's this game called Summer Memories, and I'm too afraid to click on it, but I'll be back. Alright, sounds good. No worries. So yeah, I do need to update my Steam page. Like, it's just empty, an abyss. But we'll do that one of these days. Maybe on stream. We'll see. Alright, let's get back to work. Let's see. If our last movement.x is less than our... So if we're pressing vector2.left, if our twilight momentum.x is greater than 100, then we say can turn is equal to false, and then our force direction, I think we actually want to set to vector2 dot. If we're going right, we'll do this. We'll say up, and then we'll say this is down. If can turn is equal to false, we're going to want to use our twilight momentum to be set to whatever this value is. So we'll say, let's do this. Else, twilight momentum plus equals our force direction. Dot normalized. Well, it's going to be vector2 dot up, but let's just keep it like this for the sake of argument. And I also want to make sure we'll reset this. It doesn't really matter too much at the moment. Force direction is vector 2.0. Okay, so we're moving left. Our max. Sorry. This is move right. If we're moving right, and our velocity is negative 100, we'll turn. We'll say can turn is false, and then our force direction is vector 2.up. So we're forced to go up. Down. And then same thing, but on the opposite axis, and then we're forced to go up. Let's see if this works. This actually, wait. Actually, I want to flip these. That's why I said up and down, because these should be flipped. Alright, let's see if this works. I still don't know if this seems, or if this feels intuitive enough for the player. Unfortunately, we won't know. Oh, look at that. It does work. It actually... It's actually not bad at all. I kind of like it. It does force the player to, like... Like, right now, all I'm pressing is left and right. Wait a second. The only thing I am concerned with is if the player presses, let's say the player presses vector 2, let me just see. We need to make like a super open area, and what I'm gonna do just to test out this mechanic, let's make a new room. Room 6. Room 112. Let's duplicate this. Okay. Rename this. Oh! 113. I think we forgot to rename one of these. Let's see, 112. Yeah, 112 needs to be this, and this needs to be 113. Okay. I'm just going to get rid of all of our spikes in this room. Oh, honestly, we could, yeah, let's get rid of it now. We're gonna get rid of our auto tile, or not all of our auto tile. Let's just get rid of this little section here. Let's throw some blocks on the left and right, and then we're gonna make this entire area a tunnel map for research purposes. Okay. On top of that, should we remove this? All right, pass. Oh, let's actually throw this into the game too. Hey, Practical, what are you up to? How's it going, Skull? Currently, we are working on some better movement for our Twilight state, and I will show you what that looks like. I think we got it. I think there's some edge cases we haven't thought of, and maybe, I think there's one thing that we could do to make it more intuitive, and that's to grab whatever our last up direction, or last, whatever, we grab our last opposite axis direction, and then that's what the direction we force our player into, but that could also be kind of weird. It might have to be the opposite of our, like, it's gonna be very weird. Let's just see. All right, so, and I'll also have to test this out on a controller. Right now I'm using the keyboard, and I actually think the input from this is a lot easier on the keyboard. Specifically just for this mechanic. Maybe because I use WASD for so many games. Especially like, FPSs. But okay, right now, if I'm pressing vector 2 dot left, if I press right, like I'm only pressing one button at a time at the moment, it forces me to go up. If I press this, it forces me to go down. If I press this, it forces me to go up. And then I wish I showed you guys what my input is, but like I said, I'm pressing left right now, and then I'm pressing right here. And then if I were to just go into a circle, this is me pressing, like my input going in a circle. So I'm pressing, WASD. At the moment, that's what I'm pressing, because I want to see what were to happen if, okay, here's the problem. Right now, I'm going in the opposite direction, and it's making us go into like this snake. So, like, you kind of have to take your time, otherwise it does this weird thing. Alright, so if we want this to work where we're pressing WASD, okay, I'm pressing WASD counterclockwise. Let me grab my controller. I want to see how it looks like on the controller. Okay, yeah. On the controller, it is very weird. So if we do it very slow, we go into a circle. If we press it on, if we do it very slow on the, if we do it counterclockwise very slow, it's also fine. It's only when we're spinning it like right now I'm spinning it like crazy, and this is what happens, and that's because our x-axis keeps getting reset. Okay, so, and then let me see this one. All right, so I think what we'll do is instead of, actually don't know. If the player's last input was vector2.up, vector2.right. Did I get the did I get rid of the void eating soul vignette thing? Yeah, I just commented it out at the moment because I don't know, like, it's a cool mechanic or a cool feature. It's just that I still have to worry, like, I still need to prioritize the movement, like what we're doing right now. So like I need to do, I need to get the base stuff down first before we get to the more intense mechanic. And I might not even do the more intense mechanic by the time this new demo is out, and that's because there's just too much to do. I still need, I want to prioritize the level design first. So we'll see. I think what we'll do is just it's a test of the player's movement input, or of their ability to master that state. And the only way they die is by just colliding with spikes and stuff. I don't know, maybe fixing this, like the twilight momentum, maybe if we just made this 50, maybe that's good enough. Let's try that out. Maybe 50 is... Oh, you know what it might be? 20. I think 20 is actually a good value. Oh, wait. Maybe not. We can still go into a circle, but it's a huge-ass circle. 50 doesn't seem like it's enough, because here, look, like I'm spinning it again and it's still looking weird, and if I spin it, wait, what the hell? It's so weird. Have you managed to find a publisher, make the Kickstarter campaign? I haven't. I'm gonna I don't know, man. I want to do it, soon TM. Honestly, making it like I need to start working on it now so that I can publish it during the Steam Next Fest, which is in 2 months. So like if I can like time everything within the Next Fest, that would be ideal, but I like I said, I have to start working on it now. I'm going to try 25. We're going to keep halving it until, you know what? Let me just try 10. -10 and 10. See how that looks. Wait a second. Why is it? Seems like the higher the value, the more input I need from the player. What? Let me read this again. If our twilight momentum.x is less than -10, can turn is false. Yeah, I think I'm reading into this wrong. This should be -200, or is equal to. Let me see. What's our max value here? We set our max value to 150. It's hard to get to 150 though, so I'm gonna say 140. Let's try like one. If it's less than -140, or if it's greater than 140. You want to make the entire game or just a demo? Just a demo. We just keep expanding on the demo. All right. So one thing. I think this is fine actually. 140. So we're going in this direction. We can turn left almost. Let me see. Yeah, turning is actually not bad. Left, right, left, right. Let's see. I think I want to make it slightly. I want to make it a little bit more like an oval. No, sorry, not like an oval, like a circle. Because right now it's like looks like an oval every time we turn by just pressing left or right. I mean, let me see what it's like on keyboard. On keyboard, it's kind of not, not too bad. It's only very weird when the player spams it. Like right now, I'm spamming it, and this is what happens. But I think that's fine. You shouldn't be spamming anyway. Demo gets bigger and bigger until it becomes a full game. Yep. I mean, whoa, 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 whoa. Kind of. Like, eventually there's going to be a point where, like, all the mechanics are in the game, and now I just have to do level design. I'd like to, one of these days, just focus on level design. Alright, I'm going to try 130. I think we have to keep lowering this value until it looks good. I think eventually we might want to work in, like, fractions, or not in fractions, in, like, you know, like, grabbing the base value of the player speed, and then, see, this is not bad. I'm going to try 120. We're going to keep doing this until we get the perfect value. Because our max normalized speed, or sorry, our max momentum is 150, or max motion. See, this is not bad. It's almost... We could call this perfect. We could try 110. I did one. What's funny is that we're getting closer to 100, which is the one that I said I didn't like. Maybe I'll just keep it. Let me try this. How much percent of the game do you think you have? Have I managed to get done? I don't know, man. Like I said, it depends. Depends on how the Kickstarter goes or how people like the game. If people really like the game, I will work on it indefinitely. Like the amount of time I spend on it. I would like for it to be really high, but I don't know. Alright, so what's happening right now is I can either press WASD clockwise, like, you know, I'm switching through the keys clockwise. This is what it looks like, and if I were just to press A and D, it's the same exact thing. That's basically what I was trying to get done. And then if we were to do this in the opposite direction, well, actually, we can only go in a clockwise rotation. I'm forcing, wait, let me see something. Because actually, for the most part, this way it goes up, and this way it goes down. But I think sometimes we might want it to go up, like maybe... Oh my god, this is how it becomes difficult. And so I'm thinking with the controller, there's one way to force the player to like move up or down, and that's just to have the controller vibrate. If you're not like, if can turn is equal to false, we could just have the controller set to vibrate. But yeah, I think actually this might be better to be down and this to be up. Or what we could do is set them all to up, because our main direction is always going to, like, usually when you're traversing a platformer, you're going upwards, like all the time. So we could always force the player to go up, and then this is what it would look like. So left, And so we wouldn't go in a circle unless we wanted to go in a circle, but how often are you actually ever going in a circle? Never, almost. So yeah, we could do this. This is only if you're pressing vector 2.left. And then if we were to do this with I'm using a analog stick right now. Or we could use the D-pad. So this is me going in a circle, and this is me tapping left and right. Alright, yeah, I think, honestly, not bad. Not bad at all. Determining what the player's direction is going to be is going to... I just don't want to make sure... I want to make sure it feels intuitive. Having, like, this as an edge case, like, this specifically, I think it's slightly strange, because... the only way you'll figure this out is if you have a few brain cells to spare. But you know, we could also make sure that our level design teaches the player this. And most of the time, I think, yeah, let's just keep it like this. We could also use. I was thinking we could use raycasts to help the player, but I don't want to help the player too much. All right, so let's do the same exact thing, but now we have to do it on the player's, up and left direction. So let's do this. If last movement dot y. Oops. Let's grab dot y. Dot y. No. No, later. Let's see. If our last movement dot y is greater than 0, if it's less than 0, and then we are grabbing, yeah, let's set this also. This is also y. And here, this is when we would switch this, so this would be left. But I think maybe instead of setting it always to, it could always be left, or it could be right or left. Or maybe what we would want to do is grab, like, you know, we have our last force direction. We could just have it round to whatever our last movement or our last momentum was on the y-axis. That's one way to do it, and we'd have to include that as a variable. But let's see what this looks like for now. I also wonder, can turn, like, if we have to use the same vector here, or the same variable here, or if we have to use like can turn on y-axis, can turn on x-axis, stuff like that. Let's see. Let's see. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. So this is actually not bad. And what's especially nice about, or like, I don't like saying it's intuitive because I don't know if it is. But one thing that is nice about this. Hey, sorry I'm late. No, you're good, man. You guys never have to worry about being on stream or being late to stream. You know, I appreciate your company. Actually, wait, Mr. Glick, you insulted my game yesterday. Maybe you should be sorry. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, what you missed is we're kind of just damn, you look like you're in another universe. Yeah. Yeah. Power of shaders, I guess. Right. So yeah, what we're doing is we are forcing input from the player. Okay, so this is me. I'm using an analog stick, but the same thing happens on... Actually, I'm going to use a D-pad. So this is me switching between up, left, right, down, counterclockwise. So I'm spamming. This is up, left, down, right, up, left, down, right, or this is right, down, left, up, right, down, left, up. And then this is right, and then left, right, and then left. I'm just pressing right and then left. It seems, it might be very weird. I feel like maybe some of you might be questioning why, like, this is so important to me. But it's because I plan on doing some quote-unquote cool level design pretty soon, and I don't want the player to be able to cheese the mechanic. So if they press left, there is some punishment from it. Originally what we had was that, the player, if you look at my mouse, the player could go from right, and then he would just switch left and right. Like, you could just go back and forth, like, here, I actually have it in Paint. So, if the player were to press, A and D, or A, then D, then A and D, then they would just go back left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right. But what we want to do is force the player to, like, use actual, mechanic. In reality, you can't just, like, if you were speeding, right, in a car, you can't just switch directions and switch velocity right away. You kind of have to turn, or you could brake, then go to 0 and then turn this way, but I want the player to always be moving in one direction. I don't like their velocity should never be 0. So what we're doing now is if the player presses left, then they're forced to go up, or they're forced to go up. I don't know if this seems intuitive, but since most of the time in a platformer, you're going from the bottom left to the top right, it might be fine. And then the same happens on the left side. So if you're going left and then you press right, instead of going to the back in this direction. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Let's expand this a bit. And we'll zoom in. It's kind of here. Let's just draw it over here so you can see it better. So yeah, if we're going vector 2 dot left and you press right, you go right and then left, but more so like an oval or a circle towards the right. This comedy, to be honest, makes you feel really comfortable and cozy with that sound on in the background. Yeah, it is very comedy. I'm actually not sure if I wanted to keep it that way. It is very comedy because what I plan on doing is making a mechanic like this, and this is the main reason why we're working on this. We're gonna have like little galaxy sections right here, and I'll make it purple. Here, let me make it like this. It's very hard to see. Here, we'll make it like this, and then we'll color it in. So that I can showcase what I'm trying to do a little better. We'll cover up what I was explaining earlier on stream, so I can re-explain it for everyone that just joined. So something like this, we want the player to dash in, and what I want to happen is the player dashes in, and then they use the momentum built inside of this rectangle to come out, use that built-up momentum to go higher, and then go into the next one, and then go higher, and then we can infinitely do this. You can make entire levels filled with Twilight. I would have to figure out what to do in here. Like, maybe we would have to put spikes and stuff, but yeah, one step at a time, I think. We'll have small Twilight sections, and then we can have huge Twilight sections. Hey, how's it going, End Table? What's up? So yeah, but what I don't want to happen is I don't want the player to dash in, and then all of a sudden after, why didn't I just make this like a filled box, whatever. I don't want the player to dash in and then immediately come out, use that momentum that they just got from just, turning vector 2 dot left and then coming out and then doing the same thing. I mean, they might have to get up to this corner to actually build up enough momentum to get to the next side, but yeah. What we want to do instead is, if they do go inside, they have to go up, and then they have to go left, and then they go in here. And then they do the same thing. They go right, build up some momentum, go up, so they have some extra time, and then they go left. I mean, honestly, they could probably just do this. These are not drawn to scale. Twilight, yeah, these purple things are the Twilight, and also this blue, like, I have a hard time picking which color is best for the twilight. So yeah, this could be purple, and same thing. Originally, what I was thinking was instead of forcing the direction, we could have just made it also if they're going to the vector if they're going vector 2 dot left, the only direction they can go is up or down. So vector 2 dot left would just force them to not move at all, or I would just not count the movement. But I feel like that's not intuitive enough. This is probably the better approach. So well, yeah, let's try it out. I think we got it to work, and here it is. Here it is. What's going on? Speedrun attempt? Yeah, let's do a speedrun attempt. Hopefully my controller is not going to give me a hard time. Actually, maybe I'll just speedrun on my computer. I mean, on this version. I wonder if there's anything wrong with it. We'll see. So yeah, this is what it looks like now. So if I tap right, I turn up and go left. If I press left, I turn up and go left. But I can also still go in a circle if I wanted to for whatever reason. And I can also, go in a circle downwards, or counterclockwise go in a circle downwards. And then on the Y, and if I were to go this way and then press up, this is what it looks like. So this one, it's a little weird because we're actually switching to vector 2. Like this forces the player to go in a circle, whereas this one forces the player to go in a zigzag upwards. Maybe, honestly, what we could do is make these both vector 2 dot right. And that could be our solution. So it would always be, I'm tapping down, tapping up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, and then left, right, left, right, left. Honestly, not a bad idea. And we could still do the same thing. Like, you still have the ability to go, right now we're doing this. You still have the ability to do this, it just requires more input. Oh, wait, actually. You can't. So, another thing that we could potentially do is grab whatever the player's last input was. So, if your last input was vector 2 dot down, I think actually that's what we'll do. So, instead of saying, our forced direction is equal to vector 2 dot down, we're going to get the last movement input from the player on the y-axis and last movement input of the player on the x-axis, and then, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Let's do the speedrun attempt, and then I'll fix this. So, let me just write that down. Where is our notes? Snake. Let's say I'm gonna call it, so we have a last movement input. We're gonna call this last movement input on player twilight state. We'll just bold that. I think this will give us the best result, hopefully. If the galaxy effect was parallaxed, yeah, we could make it. We could parallax it. Like, what am I trying to say? Wait. So I think it technically. Wait, let me see. Let me see how it looks like compared to rooms that move a lot. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the speedrun attempt. I will do it relatively soon. So yeah, we could parallax it. I'm trying to think, but what is the... I also feel like this effect does look cool. I wonder, do you even have to parallax it, or can you just manipulate the shader to be a little bit... Here, let me see. Oh, there's only one. Oh no. I don't wanna... I don't wanna touch this. Let me see, let me see. Maybe it's just as simple as, like, messing with this. Alright, well, I won't try it right now. Let's do the speedrun. Right now it looks more like a void. Yeah, I do want to update this. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. I think I wanted to fix the mechanic itself before I started, because, you know, making it look nice, I think, is the... I think it's the easier part, right? If I had to say... If I had to guess... But maybe it's the harder part because I'm not the artist. I'm the mechanics guy. Alright, let's do a speedrun. I think this world is actually perfect for the speedrun. And I wonder if I don't think we're gonna have that input issue. I don't know if it's a bug on the exported version or, you know... Yeah, we'll have to see. Or maybe I fixed the issue on this version, but not on the exported version. All I know is that it works here, and it doesn't work on the online. Wait, what the hell? Why can't I, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to remove the, there's like 2 blocks right here for some reason. I'm trying to click on world. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's 2 blocks. Let's get rid of that. Alright, let's do this. Speedrun with Twilight? It's not in the game yet. Here, wait, my ears are still wet. I need to get a Q-tip. If you get the world record, I'll be so mad. Most definitely not. Unless, you know, I spawn myself in the last room, you know. Alright, let's see. But maybe, you know, maybe I did update some of the movement. Maybe I have an advantage. I don't... you know, what technically could happen... If my game is more... And I think it is a little bit more optimized. I wonder if that has an effect. I don't think it does, actually. But I will do better on this version, I believe. So let's do it. Why it doesn't matter how fast you are, or how fast the game, or how optimized the game is, because our movement is based on delta, and so is our timer. So, like, no matter what, everything is in sync. You can't be, you know, like having a faster computer doesn't make a difference in the speed. Unless you're using... I don't know how the speedrunning community, like how their software works. Because... I don't know how their software works. If it's based on the game's delta values. Because then how would you make it consistent? Like, faster loading times means that you... Oh, okay, yeah. The bug still exists, bro. I don't know. Either that or I'm... Yeah. Here, I have to use the analog stick. I think I should have disabled the analog stick. And you know what I should do? I should do it the next time I do another speedrun, I need to... Yeah, disable the analog stick and see if the bug still happens. What we'll do eventually is if there's analog stick input, or if there's no analog stick input, if you're using the D-pad, we just remove the analog stick. The one thing okay, so what might be happening is because I'm pressing vector 2 dot up, and if our controller, for some reason... you know, it just doesn't make sense actually, because then every time I dashed to the right, there should be input saying, "Hey, you're dashing downwards," but that doesn't happen. I really don't know what's causing the bug. Hey, how's it going, Sekros? But yeah, once we disable the D-pad input, I'm sorry, analog stick input, all of our questions will be answered, hopefully. Oh. And I already know this is not going to be a world record. We're playing so slow, and I'm using the analog stick. The worst input known to man. I want to record a speedrun one time so you can see the skip. Yeah, I know there are like a bunch of things you can... Oh, we still haven't fixed this. We'll have to write that down. That should definitely be fixed for the next version. Yeah, I would love to see your gameplay. Cause I know... Wait, you got like 3 minutes? I think the most shit. I think the lowest I ever get is like 4 or something. We might get something like 4. If I don't mess up in this room, and I use the analog stick the entire time, so you know we're kind of getting the muscle memory a little bit. Whoa. Ooh, dude, I almost messed up there. And it's literally because of the analog stick, dude. I hate it. Oh, yeah, the godot symbol is still there. Yeah, I might even keep it there as like a Easter egg. Or like, you know, every 100th, every 1000th. Oh my god. There's a one out of 1,000 chance that it happens. Maybe. Dude, I hate analog sticks. You know what? We can also get this. We could get it from just going straight up, but like I said. Imagine getting 4 minutes best time. My best time was 10 minutes. I don't know how you guys speedrun that fast. I'm being sarcastic. It's not. I don't think the game is that difficult. But yeah, it does take some time to get used to. It's literally just a matter of not making any mistakes. That's how you speedrun. I'm also curious to see how many skips, or like how significant the skips are that you make. because I always thought the amount of leeway, you know, I give the player to make skips isn't that much. I would actually like to make it even more. Like add more, like because I've never intentionally added any skips. For the most part, there aren't any. Oh, I didn't realize I'm changing the background. I forgot. We didn't actually add a background here. 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Makes me doubt that I ever got 4 minutes. I think I got 4 minutes on the older version. We died 13 times. So, like, I think probably somewhere around, like, just a little bit less than 5 minutes is probably my world. My record, my PR. Not a platformer player, platformer pro. I'm more of a casual platformer player. I'm not great, but not bad at the same time. I'm in the middle. So I think 10 is a good time. I will say, you know, I'm not a speedrunner either. I think the only reason why I have like a comparable, you know, record to people who are, you know, as you say, pro players is because I developed the game. But yeah, I'm pretty casual too. Like even in Celeste, for me to beat the base game, I think my world record for that is like, or my personal record for beating Celeste, or like not the full game. Like I mean, like, you know, the full base game of Celeste is like maybe I would say it takes me like 3 hours, but that's from me like try-harding, you know? It's 3 hours of me try-harding. But I've also only ever done it like max 3 times. Remember to fix the purple bug. Yeah, I will. Oh, wait, let's write that. You know, I think I wrote it down. I have it on my to-do list for like a while now. Let me see. Fixes. Where are fixes? No, yeah. Well, actually, I never wrote it down. That's. Oh, ability to change dash direction. We fixed this fix, or we made this fix. We didn't fix the purple. Here, let's do that now. Last. Okay, let's just write it down here. Fixes. Purple zipline dash input is a little weird. I'll just write that. That game is bigger than I thought. If your best time is 3 hours, mine will be like 6 or 7, 7.5. But like, yeah, like I said, I played it well, I don't want to say a lot, but like I have like 50 hours in the game. So like I would assume, like, you know, if you played a game for 50 hours, you should be like decent at it. And same with this game. Like it's just that I've spent so much time, you know, play testing the mechanics. Like I know how it works. I know what input I'm supposed to press. Maybe like I might even have an advantage over, like, if this game ever becomes speedrunnable, I might have an advantage over them because I know exactly what's happening. But here, let's go back into the Twilight State because that's what I want to finish that up. I think what we'll do is we're gonna have, yeah, we wrote it down. We said what, like last movement. We're gonna have something like that. The default will be vector2.up. So, you know, by default, when you enter, it'll be vector2.up. But if it ever changes to vector2.down for whatever reason, if it's, you know, on the y-axis, if it's ever greater than 0 for a split second, that's vector2.down. If it's ever less than 0 for a split second, then it's vector2.up. So let's do that. So let's go back into here. We have our force direction. Let's copy this. And we're gonna say last twilight movement. So we have our last movement input. We're gonna have a last twilight movement, or yeah, last twilight direction, something like that. Is my game inspired by Celeste or VVV? It's inspired definitely by Celeste. I mean, it's inspired by multiple platformers, but I would say the topmost inspiration is definitely Celeste for the mechanics and stuff. The story is definitely different. My story is more about like the story is more inspired by like Limbo, if you've heard of that one. But yeah, Limbo is more so. It's a side scroller game, not really much, not much platforming in that game. Okay, var, what was it? Last movement input, Twilight momentum. Yeah, we have our Twilight momentum. We're gonna say var last Twilight movement is equal to vector 2.0. Devs has an advantage in platformers 3D/2D because you remember the level designs and how you're supposed to go through them. Plus, devs become the pro at their game genre because they have to play their games a lot. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what's Celeste? Never heard of that game. This game is completely unique. I use my brain only. I don't even look at other games. I don't even play video games. Ori and the Blind Forest. I think this is. I downloaded this to support the developer, but I've never actually played it. Yeah. Dev privileges does not count. But I will say, what's crazy is like speedrunners. They are crazy. Like they find bugs that, like have you ever seen like devs react to speedrunners? It's crazy. Like I saw the remastered or like the new version of what the hell? What's the game called? Resident Evil, like Resident Evil 2 was it? In the mansion, like them speedrunning that and them reacting to that, it's kind of crazy. Speedrunning Fallout was kind of cool. Speedrunning was also pretty crazy. Skyrim, stuff like that. My game went through QA, and the folks playing it were far, far better than I could even imagine. Really? That's pretty cool. Yeah. I already know, like, Mr. Glick is probably most definitely better than me in my own game. There's a select few of people. Ori is awesome though, highly recommend. Yeah, I really liked Ori and the Blind Forest. I haven't finished Will o' the Wisps. I think I just have to be in the mood for it because it has like a really good story, and that's what like captures. Well, that's what captured me for the first one. Okay. We wrote the last direction, so let's go back into Twilight movement, and what we'll do here is actually by default, like when the player enters the game and when we reset these variables, we also want to make sure what we'll do is on the entrance of the Twilight state, we'll set the we're not going to use force direction anymore. We're going to use our last Twilight direction. So what was it? Last Twilight movement is equal to vector 2.up. Oh wait, actually, wait a second. Force direction. Do we need a force direction? Because else it's equal to, what was it? Force direction. Yeah, we could just set this to. We wouldn't use this anymore. I'm gonna comment it out because I don't know. Maybe for whatever reason we do need it. Let's just do this. Also, Sekros, which game went through QA? Do you have a game on Steam? Or like a game that you're planning to commercially release? I feel like I might have asked this already, and I feel like the answer was no. I have a game, but it's still in release limbo. It's ready to go though. Do you have a Steam page for it yet? Release limbo. Oh my god. Okay. What am I trying to do? No Steam. It's Nintendo Switch only. Interesting. What's the game called? Is there like a page for it or anything like that? But Nintendo is not a friend, so no release. Damn. Damn. Why only Switch, if you don't mind me asking? So, if can turn is equal to false, then what we're going to do is, instead of saying force direction, we're going to say last bounce, no, last twilight movement, dot normalized times 20. And it also, I'm thinking, it also depends. Last. Alright, we'll figure this out. Slowly but surely. So can turn is equal to false, and then it's equal to our last twilight movement. I actually wonder, like, where would we set this? I think we would want to set it on if our momentum is ever greater than 50 or maybe like 110. Like, we can keep using these values. I don't know, like, if we want to use like raw value, like eventually I think, yeah, fractions of like, you know, this is our cap speed or something. We should actually make this into a variable. But yeah, let me think. If can turn. If can turn, maybe this is where we would update it. We would just say last movement input dot normalized. The thing is, we would want it to be like either 1 or 0. Like, our last movement input is always going to be something. So we could say something like, yeah, I'm gonna, I don't know if this is the right approach, but let's try it out. For our last movement input dot x is not equal to 0, then we'll say our last twilight movement is equal to this dot x is equal to this dot x. If our last movement input just now equals 0, then our last twilight movement dot y is going to be our last movement input dot y. See if that works. Here's my game. Little Red Riding Hood. Sealed by. Oh, I like the shader there. This is why don't you release this on Steam? Wait, did you say? This is so good. Was my big head blocking like the majority of the gameplay? Okay. I'll wait for you to respond. Okay, last twilight movement dot y is equal to last movement input dot y. Recorded a run. Where should I send it? Oh yeah, you said you got a world record. Post it here. Post it here. I made a section here on the Discord. I made a speedrun section. So far, it's very complicated. I see. Okay. I trust. How long did it take for you to get to that point? I'd like a point of reference of like, is the game complete, and how long did it take you to complete it? And how many hours of gameplay is it? Is the file size too big? The file is too big, yeah. 2 months development after the game jam and 6 months test and QA. Speedrunning is about... Dude, you made the game in 2 months? And speedrunning is about 45 minutes. That's crazy. Goes to show, oh my god, dude. I've been working on this for 2 years. I feel like I'm not even close. I mean, it's a different game, right? Your game has more combat involved and stuff like that. What were you testing? Our last direction. So now... Ooh. What is going on now? Okay, so now our movement is very weird, and that's because what we do here, if can turn, we set our last movement input. Our last twilight movement is vector2.y, and then we normalize it here. Or like if this is the case, I think what we'll want to do in can turn will depend. It'll depend on what our last movement direction is. So or I'm sorry, what our current momentum is. We don't want to set the player's direction to like an up right or up left or down left, down right. It's just going to be vector2.left or something like that. Trying to think. We'll have to look at it some more. Where do I send the file then? So you can use, some website, right? Let me see. Upload video online. Free. Streamable. That sounds pretty familiar. Streamable.com. There you go. Okay. Let's get on with it. So what we're gonna do here, instead of saying our last movement, we're gonna grab whatever the current direction is. If it's vector2.left or if it's vector2.right, we want to make sure... Well, actually, let me think about this. I don't know. Last movement input is going to be... There you go. Alright, give me 1 second. Let me solve this. Hopefully we solve this. We don't want it to be... Here, let's just hardcode some stuff. See if it works. If our twilight do we want twilight momentum or do we want our last movement input? Because we do this here, it can turn stuff. Last twilight momentum. Dude, I'm not sure. If our twilight momentum on the x-axis is vector 2 dot right, and then we switch to vector 2 dot left, we want to make sure that our... Oh, here, let's do this. If the absolute value of twilight momentum dot x is greater than 0, it's going to be dot normalized. It's then our twilight momentum is our last twilight movement. Momentum plus equals our last twilight movement dot y. I think we still want to grab whatever our twilight momentum is dot normalized. Wait, here. I don't know. It's hard to tell. And I feel like I don't know, maybe not caffeinated enough. Let's try that. Same with the y-axis, dot y, but this. I don't know if this is right. If can turn last twilight momentum plus. All right, let's see if this works. If it doesn't work, I'll look at the speedrun. If it does work, I'll still also look at the speedrun. Okay, it's still doing this whole diagonal thing. Jam45, thank you. Alright, so yeah, we still haven't solved what's going on. And it literally has this, it's the same exact problem, so maybe there's something I'm just missing here. What the hell? Let me see. God damn it. Alright. Let's look at the speedrun and then maybe it'll give me a fresh brain. What is this? Limited time only avatar decorations. Thank you. You didn't post it. Oh, there we go. Okay, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I assume. You wanted to give Isis any sound? Okay. What's the problem? I'll explain the problem in just a second. Alright, yeah, of course, you have to dash. If you actually want to speedrun, you have to dash in the beginning, dash above the wall. This is Mr. Glick's speed. Okay, yeah, I knew that. I just don't do it because I feel like there's a risk. But I guess it's very early in the game, so you don't have to worry about the risk. Is my head too big? Even only a little. So it's not a cheat. I actually like that it works. Like the whole the bug is that it's not a bug, but it's like we have fudging in the game, and so what happens is like you can like yeah, he does it right here actually. So you can fudge into this spot. So instead, like, you know, he's actually like hitting this spot right here, the ceiling, but then you get fudged to the right and left if you sorry, to the right and up. So then you hit this immediately. Same with this one right here. And I like it. I think it's a cool, I don't know, you can call it a tech or whatever. I think I definitely want to keep it in the game. There are some edge cases I need to fix with the fudging though, specifically with the spikes. Let me see if there's a example. There's no example here, but like right here, oh, I can't go back for some reason. Let me see if I can find another one. I guess I'll just say this: just as you can spike on, you can fudge into a spring. You can also fudge into a spike, and I don't think fudging into a spike is should be allowed. Or you know, I'll fix that bug. So I'm fixing it so that it makes it better for the player. Also, this part right here, I don't know if this is faster. I notice some people doing this. I wonder if just, you know, going left and hitting this, I feel like sometimes this is faster, just going for the spring on the left. From what I've seen. But maybe I'm wrong. You haven't died so far, I don't think. That's pretty cool. Oh, I spoke too soon. Well, if you are gonna die, it's gonna be here. Like, this part is pretty. I would say this is probably the most difficult area. Like, the mechanic is just, it's hard. Also, you can die right there. Like, you could technically die when going through portals. Oh, that is I've never seen. That's pretty cool. Call me impressed. That was actually, that was very cool. I wish there was sound. Oh. Recognizing the thresholds of these are, like, it's better than what it was before. But yeah. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Let's see what you got. What's the world record? 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Nice. 3 times. That's pretty good. Here, medal. Oh, wait, what? Trophy? There you go. Choked at the last part. It was pretty good. Where'd you die? Oh yeah. The spinning orbs. Yeah, it's not my favorite mechanic. I think I'll keep it in the game. Maybe I hope I can figure out something better for it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe, you know, maybe I have to make it look similar to how we have this working. The only thing is, it's set like originally. It's your fault. I died. Remove that. Yeah. So it spins really fast. Maybe that's the problem. It spins too fast. Okay, so the issue with this mechanic, I don't know if you were here when I was explaining it. Basically, what I'm trying to do, and I'll explain it in Paint, is that we're trying to make levels like this, where the player can dash into a wall, or they can dash into, you know, this galaxy, or what I call Twilight, and what they do is they make an oval, sort of, or not an oval, like a semicircle inside, and then they go left. So here, let's use, I guess, blue for now. They go inside, they make a semicircle, they come out, they use the momentum that they built inside, come up through here, go into here, and then go into another one, and they build the momentum, then come out, and then, I don't know, they can go back up if they wanted to. But the issue is that, you know, with the most basic coding, or like the most basic input, the player can go from left, or yeah, they can go towards the right, and then immediately after, if there's left input, they go straight left. But what I want to do is make sure that the player can't just do that. Like the velocity of the player should never be 0. So if you were to do this, then we cancel velocity going to the left, and then they go back to the left. Sorry, going to the right. It goes closer to 0, and then they move back to the left. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is force the player to go up, or force the player to go down. And so we had it working where, like, automatically, if you pressed left, it would force you to go up, and then once you had enough speed going left, or once this was closer to 0, not 0, negative 110, or whatever velocity we had here, you can start going left. So you would make a zigzag, or not a zigzag, but you would start going in this direction. And now that's the new method of going towards the left. And then if you did the same exact thing where you wanted to move to the right, you wouldn't just go straight back to the right. You would be forced to go up, and then after a certain after you hit a certain threshold, then you would start going to the right. But the only issue is that if we were to, you know, design rooms where maybe you have to go downwards, if you were to press right for whatever reason, then you would be forced to go up, and it would screw up your momentum, and you'd be like, hey, what the hell is going on? You can imitate this by just inputting, you know, if you wanted to go left, you would just start pressing up immediately and then start going to the left. Or, you know, if you wanted to go right, you would start pressing up immediately, and then once you knew what that variable was, you start going to the right. You could also just press upright if you wanted to go this way. But like I said, by default, if, let's say, you know, the end goal was here and you started over here, then doing a zigzag this way wouldn't be possible with how the code is set up for this one. So what I'm gonna do instead, well, I think what I want to try to do is, we'll set the default direction. So default last movement input is going to be up and right, because that's usually what it's going to be. But let's say, for whatever reason, you know, if you start moving towards the right, then your last, then, I mean, this will stay the same, but let's say for whatever reason you ever press down, then this, instead of being up, is going to switch to down. And now our Twilight section, or our Twilight direction, is going to be this, down and right. So if I were to ever press vector 2.left, like let's say we're going in this direction now, and we wanted to go left for whatever reason, now we would be forced to go downwards and then go left. And so now if we're going down and left, this gets crossed out, and now it's down and left. And this would be our new default last direction. So now if I press right, we would go like this, or wait, not yet. We would do this, and then we would do this. I think this makes the most sense. I don't know if it's gonna work out in the end, but we tried it. You know, we tried this method, and I thought it was good. And I think the last part is just to make it, you know, this all-encompassing movement method. We'll see. Upload a screenshot of my game in self-promo. Yeah, go for it. It takes away control from the player. It doesn't take control from the player, because if they were to press, it grabs the last input. Like this one does take control from the player. It takes away control from the player, but I don't think this one will, because there's also low thresholds for this. It's not like basically the player should still be able, like the player can still do this basically, or they could still do this, or they could still go, they can still make full 100% like clockwise circles, or they could make, sorry, this is counterclockwise. They could still do clockwise circles this way. I don't know what control it would remove from the player. Yeah, if you could tell me. The only thing that it does remove from the player is the ability to do this. Like, basically go left and right really fast. Or up and down really fast. Or even stay in place. Like, the player can't do this. Like, if the player had the full ability, they can just stay in place. And, yeah, stop, move right again. Yeah, those are the things that... Yeah, that is prevented from the player, but the thing is, I plan on doing level design related to, like, the whole point was because I wanted to make more rooms that are like this, where, like, you can go inside and, like, you know, you have to build up your momentum to come out and then go inside again here. I don't want the player to, you know, just dash in, then the second they come in, you know, go straight left and then come out and then do it again and then go straight like this and then come out and do it again. I feel like it looks cheap. That's my opinion. I don't like the idea of the orb never not moving, or like the player like standing here. I can even show you. Maybe a cooldown system. So like I never want this to I don't want this to ever happen. A cooldown system? So what I have done in the past, or like actually what currently happens, is there is a Twilight, like we add velocity to the player, so it goes in increments of 20 up to 150. It's not that much of a difference, but yeah, like we could make it so that the player, like there's sort of like a delay with the player's input, so if they were to press vector 2.right, it doesn't happen immediately, but like make a bounce mechanic. Well, the player will die if they usually they will die if they go onto the onto vector onto the walls. Like there are supposed to be spikes there. This room I'm just using to test out stuff. But I'm more so concerned. Like we could add a bounce mechanic, but that still doesn't solve the issue that I'm concerned with, which is where's the paint of the player, you know, just standing still in the open area, or or doing this. I don't know. I don't like the idea of the player doing this or this. I want them to have to go in a circle or have to go in a zigzag or something, you know? You can't stop moving, basically. It also shouldn't feel like the player, for the most part, it won't feel like the player doesn't have control. I'm trying to make it feel as intuitive and as seamless as possible when like transitioning to different directions. We'll see. And let me just see. Like, there's something I'm missing here. Our last movement direction, I think, here, wait, let me try this. If can turn here, let me just do one more thing. We're gonna grab this and we'll grab the last movement input on the x-axis. Just see. Dot x. Dot x. But yeah, the bounce mechanic is a good idea. We might keep that actually. I think we got it. So this is our vector 2 dot down. Okay, let me test this out. Going up, we're forced. Yeah, it's grabbing our left. Okay, And then if we're going right, then it grabs this. If I press up, it grabs this. Yeah, so this is more so what I wanted. I think this is actually exactly what I wanted. Now when it comes to... I'm trying to think. Here, we can still go in full circles. And it's like, even if I spam it, it becomes pretty clear that it's still going to go into a circle. Yeah, I mean, if I spam it like this, then it becomes an issue, but that's literally, it is grabbing the raw input from the player. Like, I think that's actually fine. But I have no time. Yeah, that's, I understand. This is not even out yet, so. But honestly, I don't think this is bad. The default is vector 2 up and vector 2 right. Here, let's get out of here. We'll go in. We'll have to design some rooms with this too to test out the mechanic. So going up into it. Oh, and let me just reset it because our default value is, we want to make sure is up and right. Okay. So I press left. Wait. Oh. Wait. Let me try this again. Okay. Left, we go up. Right, we go up. Down. Left. Right. Left. You know, I'm not even going to record it. I'm just going to see what... I just want to make sure it feels intuitive. I'm going this way. And ideally, it should be this. Okay. This way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. And then if for whatever reason, I don't think I'll have too many rooms like this, but like let's say I'm going down, then I press up, we go this way. And then if I'm pressing left, down. Yeah, but most of the time people aren't going to do this. It's going to be more so like they're going to do this, where like they fully control it. Like, there's always going to be input from the player. And we should put some obstacles in the game so that we can test this out. But for the most part, it makes sense to me. Alright, cool. So, now we can actually try making rooms like this one. You telling me that it doesn't give the player full control makes me wonder if maybe it is bad. But I don't know. My instinct is telling me it's not bad. But I get not giving the player. I understand the concern. Because I do also like to give the player full control. Alright, so what I was thinking is, you know, we have a, let's make it relatively simple. We'll have one twilight area here, one little section right here, and then another one in this section. And I don't think actually, there might not be enough input from the player to actually go inside here and then reach this next one here unless we added another obstacle, like maybe a spring right here. So we could try that actually. And there might be some extra rooms before we introduce, you know, the most complex version, which is like coming in, dashing out, going into another one, then, you know, like the full intense experience of switching between twilight states, or switching between twilight zones. So let's see. Put a block here. And put a bunch of blocks here as well, so the player is stuck in this little section. Maybe something like that, like this. And we'll put a spring here just to test it out. still a little messy at the moment. Oh, whoops, we accidentally put in, rotated the wrong object. Alright, so yeah, we put a spring right here. Actually, we might want to increase the distance here, like by 30 or so. 3, I mean. So we go in, come out. You have the ability to dash. I'm going to put this a little closer like that. You dash and go here. Let's test it out. So the idea is, wait, what? Wait a second. What just happened? Test this out again. I don't know if you noticed, but in that second that we dashed in, we went up. But you know what I'm thinking now? This might be just too difficult. Like dashing in here. Let's make this probably bigger. I think that's the problem. Either we slow down the speed of the Twilight State, or we just give the player more room. Good, because I already did. Oh yeah, I will check out. By the way, I will check out the game after this stream. Let me see. Like, let's first try it within this little section here. See if that's enough, because there are gonna be spikes down here. And let's just give the player the full area here. So now they have this entire thing to work with. Still might not be enough. I might want to make it a little wider. Let's see. Okay, also, I don't know why, but our default directions are messed up. And yeah, this is not enough space. And for some reason, vector 2 dot down seems to be our first direction. We never updated it on the dude, I don't get it. Why is it doing that? Let's see. Yeah, vector 2 dot down seems to be our only direction it goes. I don't know why. Come on, buddy. Okay, yeah. What the hell? It might be grabbing our last input. Maybe that's why. Yeah, let me see what I did. we'll want to reset these values. Can turn. On entrance of the twilight state, I think we're going to set our twilight, or our last. Did we ever update? I think we never. Last. Oh no, we did. Okay, last twilight movement is set to our last movement input.x. This is on the can turn, so if you can turn, this will set your velocity here. The one thing that is an issue is that if we are updating the player's last movement input, like let's say the player can't turn. I'm wondering maybe whenever we update this, no, I don't know. Dude, my stomach hurts too. Let's try to figure this out quick. Yeah, this shouldn't be happening. Oh, you know what it is? It's because we set it to vector2.right. That's why. Oh, we set it to vector2.0. That's why. I'm gonna set it to 1, -1 by default. But actually, on the x-axis, it's going to be updated based on our last movement direction. And I wonder, like maybe on the entrance state, we would grab the last direction on either input. So if it's vector2.down, vector2.right. Excited to see your Celeste-inspired game. Well, new mechanic. That's funny. They told you to write that. Okay, let's go into this. Sorry, I'm just so hungry. My stomach's been hurting. ChatGPT is very supportive in the game. That's awesome, actually. Probably because it knows I'm a fellow NPC. don't actually have a consciousness. Here we go. So we set our twilight direction to equal vector 2 dot left. This is on our dash state. I don't know. I think by default maybe we'll set it to vector 2 dot up. But if our last state was like the fall state, then it should be vector 2 dot down. We're gonna there has to be a day where I like update all of this crap. Let's just do this for now. Last twilight movement, or sorry, last twilight direction. Or was it movement? Last twilight, yeah, I guess it's movement is equal to vector 2 dot, oh, sorry, it's gonna be our dash direction. Actually, yeah. It's equal to our dash direction, because that could be vector 2 dot up or vector 2 dot down. It could be anything. On the x-axis, we'll set the defaults to whatever. So let's say... We'll do this. Come on. Okay. If last... And this is only on the twilight state, so let's do this. We'll put it at the end, maybe, or somewhere here. We'll do it here. If our last twilight movement dot x is equal to 0, we'll set it to last twilight movement dot x is equal to 1. If last twilight movement dot y is equal to negative is equal to 0. Oh, actually, yeah. I was gonna say, because it also depends on which direction we're coming from. Like, it depends on what state we're on. Because the dash direction is the only time that this will actually set velocity to 0. I'll see you, Mr. Glick. I'll check out your game pretty soon. This looks pretty good. The art looks amazing too. Alright, I'll see ya. Yeah, we'll have to fix this. Last twilight movement dot y is equal to -1. This is, you know what I'm gonna do? Yeah, there are a few edge cases we haven't thought of, but let me just make sure this works. Alright, there we go on the right side. If for what, oh, we don't have anything checking for the... Alright, let's do this. Down. Oh no. No! Left. Come on, go left. Oh, you know what it is? It's because we're dashing into it. We set our direction based on the last direction. Yeah, well, there's a bunch of edge cases we have to write for. Alright. We need to check what our previous state was. If it's the dash state, let's do this. we only want to write this for our dash. I'll just rewrite it here. Okay. Our twilight direction is equal to our dash direction, and then our last twilight movement is equal to our dash direction. What we're gonna do here is if dash direction, we can either match dash direction dot y or just grab our last twilight movement. Last twilight movement dot x. You know, why did I erase it? I think this is exactly what we need. Last twilight movement dot x is equal to 0. Okay, specifically only for this, but this is if we dash into it. We automatically get set to vector 2.0. I'm thinking maybe we don't even have to update it at all. On the y-axis, it would just not update. Then if that's the case, then all we would do... Wait. I'm so indecisive. There's something that we do have to do. Maybe instead of doing... we have to grab the dash direction. If the dash direction dot y or dot x is not equal to 0, then we set that, but we don't touch the y-axis. So let's do that. We'll say... if our twilight direction currently is equal to our dash direction, we're going to say match if dash direction dot x is greater than 0. Actually, I wonder. We'll try it out. Dot x is greater than 0, then twilight direction dot x. And last movement direction. Actually, twilight movement direction by default is always going to be... this is always going to be our dash direction. If our dash direction dot x is greater than 0, then our last movement or last twilight movement dot x, and we can actually grab the absolute value of this. Handle both cases, both left and right. Okay, so if the absolute value of our dash direction dot x is greater than 0, then our twilight movement, our last twilight movement dot x is equal to... it has to either be 0 or 1. So let's do that. We'll say what do I want to say here? And else, we don't want to touch it, so I think that's all we have to do there. And then what we would say for if absolute value of our dash direction dot y is greater than 0, then we do the same exact thing, but on the y-axis. Neutral state's gonna, actually, no, I don't think it'll mess with us, because we still save our dash direction. Okay. Now, if we weren't in this state, if our movement input is vector 2.0, basically we want to have some input for all of this. Twilight direction is set here, and then this dot x is equal to this. We need, so our twilight direction, we'll do it here. Last movement input is equal to our twilight direction. I wonder why I did that, but I'm not gonna question it. We're going to say last twilight movement. We basically have to do this exact thing. So, last movement input, twilight momentum dot normalized, or last movement input. We can grab last movement input, so we can say, I'm just gonna do it. Oh wait, these are. Didn't realize there's an else statement here. Twilight direction. Okay. If twilight direction dot, we basically want to just copy this, but instead of grabbing our dash direction, we're gonna grab our twilight direction. I'm just realizing, why can't I just grab our twilight direction? Let me see. Our twilight. What the hell, man? What? Yeah, why can't I just grab my twilight direction? Call it a day. Twilight direction. Yeah. Dude, are we in a loop? I feel like... ah, man, I feel like I wrote this already. Let's see. Yeah, we're only messing with our dash direction, because dash direction always gets updated. I'm sorry, not dash direction, twilight direction. Okay. Moment of truth. Does this work? Else statement, exit state. Let's get rid of all of this. Let's get rid of all this extra stuff. Okay. Twilight direction, and twilight direction is equal to last movement input. Last movement input is equal to twilight direction, and twilight momentum is equal to twilight direction times 200. And then twilight direction dot x. If it's greater than 0, then our last twilight movement dot x is equal to whatever our input it was, but it could potentially just only if it's 0. Okay. Moment of truth. Oh, I think we started the main the main menu accidentally. Come on. Nope, we did not. Okay. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, so no, it doesn't work. I must be dumb. I don't know. Wait. There's some edge case I'm not thinking of. This is vector 2 dot down. If we go up, go left, and then go dash, go up, left, then dash, I need to, oh my god. Alright. We need to print some stuff out. I'm just like trying to figure this out without actually debugging. Okay. Oh, but you know what it is? Our left input does, we actually are pressing down, and that's why. Like, I'm testing this out in such a small space where I'm trying to basically do this, where that's really not what I'm supposed to be doing. We need to test this out, like, if it's intuitive enough where I'm actually testing out these, like, in a room that actually is like this. So let's go into this here. Let's go into this section here. I'm gonna make it look like that. And we're gonna test this out. You know, the thing is also, I'm only accounting for errors where most of the time players are not going to make errors. This should almost never happen. Why is... Oh my god. Vector 2.left gets reset. Okay. Here... Yeah, we're not going anywhere. Unless, once we're already inside, it does get set... actually... Bruh. Alright. Let's see. This way. Left. Left and up, left and up. Left and up. Okay. This doesn't... There are too many edge cases, that's why. Too many edge cases, you satisfy one of them and then you can't satisfy the other one. Going in a full circle and then assuming you're gonna go back up is just a no. What is another solution? Another solution would be... Let me think about this. So, I'm thinking right now. Another solution would be to grab, like, kind of assume you're going into a circle. Like, if you're in a circle, then there is a normal, like, going out, like a direction. I'm talking as if I know, like, actual physics. I don't know, but it kind of makes sense that, like, if you're going in a clockwise circle, the next direction that you need to go to is, like, actually... It's not always guaranteed, but I would say it's always left, like up left, and then this one would be always up right. Too many edge cases, man. So what do we do? See, it's perfectly fine if there's always input from the player, but what if there's none? What if there's none? Guys. We could always just set the default to vector 2.up on the y-axis. I think that's the one that's the part that's bugging me the most. And this is only on the entrance state. Now we could literally just do... Here, let me try this. You know what? This one is not nearly as important. Like, literally, it's only the y-axis that's bothering me. Let me see. Wait, what? Come on. What did I set it as? Twilight direction? My bad. -1. Yeah, we could just do that. This makes my life so much easier. The only issue is that if we ever make a room where you have to go down, then it becomes a problem. So look, this is what happens here. There's one other issue with this, and that's like the player now has to like, it's kind of a cheat code. Because if you want this to work naturally, like if you're forcing the player to press vector 2.left, or you're forcing them to press vector 2.up automatically, the second they can move left, they are moving left. Whereas the person who's actually pressing the correct controls, they're usually going to be a lot slower. So it's going to be, so this is what it looks like if you're pressing it incorrectly. I'm sorry, if you're pressing it correctly, this is what it should look like. You have like a wider circle, or like, a wider radius. Whereas if someone who's just pressing vector 2.left when they come out, it looks like that. It's like a lot, it's even more precise, So yeah, this is incorrect, or I'm sorry, this is correct, and this is incorrect. Wait, I want to make sure I'm doing it right. This is incorrect. So you're getting a faster time if you press it incorrectly. But who knows? Maybe that's fine. I'll have to do real-life stuff. Oh, I thought you already did. I thought you were doing real-life stuff. I'll see you, Sekros. Thanks for stopping by, man. Have a good one. Just having breakfast. I see. Having breakfast. Gotcha. Alright. Peace. We might even end here, or like relatively soon, unless I can figure out a better solution for this. Like, what would be... Another solution would be that we keep it the way it was originally, which was that the player could stop, but if they stop, something bad happens. You know what we could do? I'm thinking about it now. We can implement a mechanic that hurts the player if they stop. And that would be that maybe there's something that chases the player while they're in this galaxy. Like if you guys know Madeline, or sorry, battle line in Celeste, where the player gets chased around, and it's based on the player's last input. But the thing is, if something is chasing you while you're making like this full, like let's say the player, they're making their semicircle, as you enter, another ball chases the player, and as it chases the player, if it touches the player dies. You could do that. That would be a quick fix. That way, if you do stop, you get punished. If you go in the same, well, not really stop, but if you go through the same path that you were originally, then you're screwed. That's one idea. What's going on? MVP Neck, thank you for the follow, man. All right, let's do it, I guess. Or maybe we should leave it here. Damn, that would mean I spent so much time working on this whole last movement input just to get rid of it. Ooh, another thing we could do is also set a timer where the player is locked. Whoa, what just happened there? You can set a timer so that the player has to be within, like every time they go into a new zone, they have to be there within a certain amount of time, but I don't know. Maui Game Studio, thank you for the raid, man. Maui? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Let me give you a shout out. CatGod9. Thank you for the follow. What do we have here? I will show you guys everything. Let me just... On pronunciation, thank you. Here, let me... How was your stream? Oh my god, so many follows. Thank you, Codemora. We are currently working on a platformer similar to Celeste, with its own little twist. I'll show you in just a second. Sorry, I'm a boomer when it comes to working with Twitch, so I'm like super slow when it comes to shouting out people and stuff. Shout out Maui Game Studio. Thank you, man. Here, let me follow you too. Someone asked if I'm using 3.4. I'm sorry, 3.x or 4.0. I am currently... Oh, why is it not loading? Currently, I'm on 3.5.1. I tried exporting this game to, transferring this game over to 4.0, but it was just... It was terrible. So many, bugs and stuff. Not bugs, but, the tilemap wouldn't save over. Obviously, just converting the game was hell. I tried refactoring in 4.0, but that was also a lot of work. And then I also tried refactoring in 3.5 to make it more suitable for transferring it over to 4, but that was also a lot of work. So we're sticking to 3.5, and I'm just going to little by little I will refactor the game to work in 4.0. But it's it's on the back burner. It's not my top priority. Also, I think someone else followed. I don't think I thanked them, but thank you, whoever you were. I've been doing multiplayer prototyping. I see. Yeah, I noticed you're on you were using godot. Are you on 4 or 3.5? Let me see. Oh, you're on 4. Multiplayer stuff, interesting.
Where am I going?
Did I say 3? I meant 4. I meant 4.
Like, what am I doing wrong here?
This... Your logo looks very familiar. Here, I mean your icon here.
I actually don't want this background either. Like, that is gonna help a lot. Should I use the other?
So do you just mess around with Godot, or do you have like a specific game that you're currently working on? I'm just curious. Also, yeah, let me show you guys what the game is about. You have a game on Steam? Nice. Yeah, pop a link. I'll check it out. But I want to go further with this game project. Yeah. I'm the same way. Like, I've been working on this game for 2 years now. And I'd like to explore different projects, or like even work on 4.0. Like, just try out new things on 4.0. Am I playing something in the background? I am. I think it was your stream that I left. Let's pause that for now. Familiar. Oh, I see. Okay. So I'll show you guys what I'm currently working on, and I'll show you some of the gameplay that's in the older version, or like on the demos that I have. So yeah, if you've heard of Celeste, this game is heavily inspired by Celeste. If you've seen the portals that you can jump through in not portals, sorry, like they're like these galaxy things that you can jump through in Celeste. This is a similar mechanic to that, but also in combination with another one of Celeste's mechanics, like where it's like a leaf, and so you have like full movement control, or semi-full movement control while you're in this state. So you can, like, you know, move up. You can move in all 8 directions. Actually, almost in every direction, I would say. But by default, the player can only dash in 8 directions. But yeah, while you're in this thing, you have a full 360 degrees. This is just the introduction to the mechanics, so it's mainly just, you know, going up, left, down, right, and everything in between. Although, yeah, mostly like 90-degree turns. And then as you go further down, this is the first L that we get. L as in L bracket, I guess. More turns here. Combination of like different mechanics here. And then we go into, is this the newest? Yeah, so now I'm working on introducing something like this, where you can like go around, and it's kind of hard to say what I'm doing, but basically you build up momentum while you're in this little section, then you come out and go into another one. Or you come out and maybe you dash into a spring, then get into another one, stuff like that. The only issue is accounting for like user error, and originally I didn't, you know, show you in Paint really quick. We have a bunch of pro drawings here. Like, I don't like the idea of the player moving left and right, like staying on one axis and being able to move left and right, or, you know, staying on the Y axis and moving up and down. I'd like to force them to, you know, move in one direction, or, you know, make an arc of some kind. So if they're moving right and they want to move left, we force them to move up and then left. Or if their last input was right and their last input on the y-axis was down, then they move down and then left. I don't know if it seems intuitive or not, but this was the idea that I had. But there still are some edge cases that I haven't I haven't accounted for every edge case. And that's what's bugging me. So I was thinking of something else where maybe we do allow the player to go left and right. Like, they can do this or they can do this, but if they were to enter, let's say this is their path, let's say they're making a semicircle through the, you know, the Twilight galaxy area, what we could do is have like an enemy. If you've played Celeste, they have like, there's like this level where Battleline follows you. And follows your every step. So we could have like a red circle that when you enter this 0.1 seconds later or 0.2 seconds later, there's this circle that's following you. And if for and I mean, if you get out, you're fine. If you go in a full circle, you'll also probably be fine. But if for whatever reason you do this, or if you do this, you'll get killed. That's the idea. I don't know if we're gonna... It's hard to say what's like the best solution. But with this, it's kind of like, you know, there's like this, you know, ball and chain that's following you. And if you let it catch up, or basically if you stop and turn directions, that ball and chain is going to hit, you know, smack you in the face. I think it's a cool mechanic. I don't know if it looks appealing visually or if it makes sense with the lore. Like, why the hell is there something that's chasing you while you're in here? Unless we made this into like this dark, instead of it being like this planet thing. This galaxy thing. It's like, you know, the Shadow Realm or something, and you know, demons live in the Shadow Realm. I don't know, man. Well, we're still figuring it out. But here, let me check out this Familia game. Let me go onto Steam so I can give it a follow. Oh, and if you guys are interested, I have this game called Memory. This is the same game. I'll show you guys what... actually, I'll just show you the trailer, because that's probably... It looks cooler than watching me play. So yeah, you can see there's a lot of similarities with Celeste. The game is heavily inspired by Celeste. The mechanics, at least. But yeah. And here, let me check out Familia. Familia. Is it this one? Or are there other games called Familia? Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, it's the same game. Cat. That's pretty good, man. This is a free-to-play game. Do you plan on... I see this... Where did I see it? I saw like an Act 1 or something, but here, let me... Actually, you know, I'll even add it to my library. But what were the other ones that I saw? There was like Familia... Let me see. Familia Act 2. Downloadable content. So you plan on just adding DLC, and this would be the additional content? Like every time you make a new update. I see. So it seems, unless this is something else. Oh, yeah, it's the same thing here. Okay. So let me think about this. Do we want to keep the mechanic where we move left? You know, let me try it one more time. Yeah. The thing that bothers me the most is that people who are using the mechanic incorrectly. There's a difference. There's like three groups of people, right? There's people who are using the mechanic correctly. There are people that are using it incorrectly, and then there are people who are using it incorrectly as a tech, which is, oh. Oh, and it's still a little buggy. Yeah, I think maybe I just need some time to think about it. Like, how do we I don't know what I would do to make it seem like it's a shadow realm sort of thing. But it would be cool, because then there's something that we have to deal with. There's like, maybe we can make it physical, like there's a rigid body following the player, in that case. And so like you want to get out of this zone as quickly as possible. And you know, it takes shortcuts too, right? So that's what forces the player, you know, you can't take your time while you're in this zone. You kind of have to speed things up. You go through, let's see. Jump through. You're running around. There's like an actual threat. And then you get out. Let's do it. I think that's probably the best idea. Best idea we've had so far. So, damn, we worked on this all day just to say, hey, we're just going to scrap it. Well, scrap the whole input fix. That's okay though, you know. Progress is progress. Unfortunately, I'm trying to think. Should I do this today though? Let me use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I come back to another poop? No. This was, number one. Dude, it's hurting my, it's hurting me that maybe we won't get this. We won't do this. I do want to save this. I feel like this is a work of art. Brainstorm. Okay. Let's see. Here, we'll expand it downwards, I guess. Oh, is this? Hey, why can't we? Why can't we expand more? Alright, this is the max size, I guess. Okay. What are we doing now? Let's find out. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna have another Twilight Zone. You go in, the second the player goes in, let's say we'll use red for our player. You go in like this. Let's say this is the player right here, or yeah, we'll say it's right here. You go in, and then all of a sudden there's an enemy that comes out like 2 seconds later that chases you. And this one, I'm trying to think, I feel like maybe it would go directly towards the player rather than following the same path. Like global position, you know, plus equals direction 2, and it would do that. So like technically it would have to go like at the same speed, and I think by the time you get over here, that's the only issue. Maybe we do want it to follow the player, like follow the same player's path, follow the player's path entirely. And it would feel like a different unit. Like, I do like the idea. It's like a threat, too. Like, there's something other than the player that... Like, usually there aren't any other, you know, entities in the game. And this would add another entity. It would be like, you know, the demons of the... you know, upside down or something, you know? And I think we can make a pretty cool animation for it. Or a pretty cool sprite sheet, animation, etc., etc. Let's try it out. What do we have to lose? It also solves our issue with the with pressing left and right and all that jazz. If that's the case, let me see. I'm gonna get rid of last Twilight movement in our Twilight movement state, or Twilight movement function. Pass. What did we want it? So basically, we're gonna get rid of can turn. Can turn. Here, let's, for fun, let's just say this is always true. So this is what it would look like. Player can go in and then come out. No. Oh, you know what though? I just thought of something. And this could be a tech too. We can give the player the ability to do this, and we wouldn't even have to implement. I'm trying to think. So yeah, there would still be input from the player, and for the most part, most people would still, you know, do it this way where they can go through. What we could do to make this even more challenging is literally just do. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm trying to say. We could do smaller versions of this, where there's gonna be like a box in here. And I just realized we can do this. We can set this to black. This is supposed to be our tile map. So yeah, this would be our tile map. And in here would be our other tile map. And then you would have to go through that little section there. And you know what? Let's even do this. Oops. Black, purple. We can reset these. With our tile maps right here. Whoops. Oh my god. Dude, why isn't this working? There we go. So our tile map right here on this one, and then one over here. And then this is also a tile map. It's a little funky looking. But I hope you guys get the point. Look like that. Something like that. And then as a player, you dash through, go through here. And then technically we wouldn't even need the threat, although I think maybe it would make the game kind of cool to have something following the player right here. And this is our spring. So down this way, then like that. Alright, let's get to it. And if that's the case, then honestly, we'll probably not do the extra mechanic today. Getting the sizes correctly is also going to be an issue. 4 and 4, like, just calling it, making it so narrow could be annoying. Let me see. 4 and 4. We'd have to put spikes here. Oh, we basically need to make sure that the gap is wide enough for the player not to just go in here and then avoid it. I mean, we could do that where we could allow the player to make shortcuts, you know. I don't mind giving the player shortcuts. Let's see. Yeah, that's a lot better, in my opinion. And if they really wanted to speedrun, they could do that. But we would put spikes here. Like it would have to be very precise. Let me see. Go like that. Let me see. Ba, 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 ba. It's kind of hard though. Like you would have to. It's almost impossible, honestly. Especially since you're going to be hitting spikes. But and the area 2Ds too are also going to be a little weird. We have to update that. The sections here need to have a collision shape of half that size. So we'll fix that today. Or you know, I might even fix that off stream. I think we should call it here. Damn. All right. A lot of work to do. I can do this off stream. I'm gonna do some level design. We're gonna fix the. I'm gonna update the collisions. Dude, actually, I don't know. Maybe I should do this on stream. Keep working. I'm so indecisive today. Let's do it. Let's keep working at least for a little bit. Let me update this. Let me add some spikes here. Let's get this room going at least a bit. All right, let's see what we want. 4 tiles is the bare minimum. I think that was a good value. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we could even make this wider for the time being, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Make this slightly bigger. Something like that. We can even, we can add some stuff here. Corner pieces. And what was it? We did 4 here. 4 might be too much. I mean, too little. Let's try 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like that. We gotta be consistent with everything, you know. 5. Okay. The entrance, yeah, let's do that. Let's add some spikes. Three, one, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. Yeah, it might be too small. Oh, dude, this is hard actually. Yeah, 5 tiles. We've been leaving it at 8. Like that's been our go-to size. Oh my god. I don't know if it's because, I've been practicing for the past 2 days with this mechanic that it's not too bad for me. But I think we're gonna make it slightly easier for the player. Oh my god. Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah, turning is a little hard if you're just pressing vector 2 dot down. If you cut the corners. Wait, let me try one more time with just the analog stick. I want to see what that looks like. It's the same thing. It is a little bit more. It would be a little bit more accurate if we took direct player input, like the analog stick direction, but I think that's unfair for the player. If analog stick is slightly more precise. I mean, it doesn't help that much. Analog stick, I think, is already too hard, but I'm not gonna help them. Sorry, analog stick players. We're going to maximize this a bit. Yeah, 8 tiles I think is the default, so I think we'll stick to that. So that is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Auto tile spike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So right here. Something like that. I'm trying to think, like, it's kind of annoying that I have different tile maps for like all of these little things. Like, we could make a tile map specifically for this section, because now what I want to do is I want to make another area like here. Let me just, well, it won't be too difficult. Let me see. I usually don't do it this way. Copy this. Right, and then do this. Wait. You have to like remove all of this first. Go in here. Copy this, place it here. It's hard to see. Then we do the same thing with our spike auto tile. Can I just do that? Yeah. Actually, this is not too bad. I thought it was going to be much more difficult than this. And then we're just going to go back into drawing and do that. Let's see how that looks. Okay. Oh, that's so much easier. But can we actually get across this way? Go up. Dash. So it's kind of hard. I'm trying to think. There are going to be spikes everywhere. And also, you wouldn't be able to go... Like, wait, let me see. Let me see if it's even possible. Like, it's not even going to be that much faster. Considering you have to do that. Oh, but we got it this way. Brother. So, okay, one option. I'm also going to assume it's hard for people to realize, like, if this is the only thing that you can do, obviously it'll probably be slightly easier for the player. I don't know if they know that they can manipulate their movement. I mean, the earlier levels kind of show you that you can do that, but it's still pretty difficult to get it. So I think for at least the beginning rooms, we'll show, we'll use springs to get across. So like, we're gonna put a spring right here, not like this, but like a little higher to get up to the next section. I mean, this is also not bad. I kind of like it. But what's the rush? Well, we'll include that type of room later on. We'll also have to figure out like what distances look good. So like this might be fine, but who knows? Not bad, not bad. Getting it right though is gonna. There's just so much room for error and like so much room for like different edge cases. Like you can dash through, go up, go here, do that. It also what kind of bothers me is that it doesn't look smooth. Like the fact that we can like change directions. You know what it is? It's the particles show so much of your previous movement, like you know the like the exact direction you went. So like you're able to see that, or as the developer, you're able to see that. Maybe it won't be as noticeable. And also, when it comes to the level design of this, I kind of want it so that. For the most part, you're going through the center rather than like right here. And I think we're also going to want to make sure that we round the player's position. I think to make the game seem to be more precise, like depending on where you come from, you should always be on the on a specific tile. So like right here, seems like we're directly in the middle. If we're slightly lower, then we should be, you know, one tile lower. Not exactly, not on a specific y-axis position, I don't think. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me see. What the hell? Yeah, I think we got it. We still need to put spikes everywhere, but... And we could also do... I wonder if I should let the player do this, where you can, like... I'm gonna leave it... No, I'll leave it to the player. It's not like it saves that much time. And if you get it, good on you. High risk, low reward. Unless you're a speedrunner, then it's 0.2 seconds. Okay, let's finish up this room. Oh, let me go into this tile map and let's just fix the hitboxes here, cause why is this song playing again? Oh, it's not. You know, what is... am I not using this section here? I guess not. If we look at our bitmask, yeah, we're not using it. But what we want to do is add some collision to these sections here. Right now we can't use, let me see how I do this, because we can set points here, but the, oh no, what's going on? What the hell? Okay, god damn it. Snap options, there we go. This is gonna be 4 pixels. There we go. And we need to make one for literally everything here. And we could do boxes. Oh my god, this is gonna be annoying. Gotta do every section here. I wonder if making this would be better. Okay, whatever. Delete this. We gotta do it one by one, unfortunately. Corner pieces. You know, I don't even know if I'm going to use this in the future. I mean, I guess once we set it up, I probably will. And we'll just update the texture, build around this template, I guess. Alright, there we go. A little bit more... collisions are a little bit more precise now. Oh yeah, and now that we have a, you know, the hitboxes are a little wider now, so the getting into the zone is a lot quicker. Like getting into the Twilight hitbox is nicer. I like it, I like it. We have to test out the other rooms too, because there might be some slight... might need to make some slight adjustments. We'll see. Like making the hitbox rooms. We never played it like this. It's only a 1 tile difference, 8 pixels, but who knows? Maybe that's the world. Let's see. Honestly, I think the most it's gonna do, like if it's gonna do something, it's gonna make the game easier. Actually, wait, let me test something out here. Because you do exit later now, so that's one problem. So like you'll die right there. But I think that's fine. Let me see. Like it'll show that you need to keep going, you know? Like if you can't figure out, I don't know, man, if you can't figure this out. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, I think it's just we messed up with our collisions there. I think by default I should make these textures pink, and then once we load it in, we'll make it a different color, because you know, while we're editing, it's kind of hard to see. Also, let me see. Yeah, it grabs our last direction. I need to remember that too. Showing that off is kind of hard in this area. But I think in the next one, the one after this, should be fine. Let's see. Once we're here, I think the player learns fairly quickly that it doesn't grab your or it does grab your last direction. Yeah, I'm curious, how does it work in Celeste? The leaf mechanic. I wonder, does it grab, maybe like it sets your direction to go randomly if there's no input from you? I want to say that's what they do, but I don't remember. Let me see. Celeste. Where is it? I think it's, I want to say it's this one, this room here. But it might be here. We'll find out. Come on. No, it's not here. Here? Can we... Resolution, yeah, it's here. Is it not here? Okay, then it has to be... God damn it. Let me see. There's some yellow... There's ones here. Let's see. It slows down from your... if there's no input from you. seems. Yeah. But it still grabs your last direction, it seems, just at a lower velocity. Oh, wait a second. It's such a short amount of time, I can't test it long enough. It does grab your last direction here. Like if I go left and right, I go... Oh, but it does go backwards too. I thought it was a good idea to make it like last 2 seconds. I can't even test it out for real. Here, wait. Yeah, I think they do last. I guess you can travel a long time. All right, let's go back. Test it one more time. So yeah, you can. It does. It seems like it grabs your last direction. On at least the y-axis. God damn, should have made it. Why did he make? Why did Maddie make it so short? Should have been. Let's see if there's another one over here. Alright, this barely helped us. And I already forgot why I wanted to do this. Why I wanted to test it out. Let me see. So yeah, I guess the main difference between our mechanic and Celeste's is that the direction that you go is based on not only your last input, but also whatever your like if on the x-axis or y-axis, if there was ever any input on that axis, then or like most recently, then it also gets put into the player. I don't plan on making it like that. I think we're gonna leave it the way it is. Okay. Also, what are these random? There's like we're seeing into the background there to figure out what's going on that. Ugh. Seems we just didn't draw anything here? Oh, weird. Okay. Might call it here. I want to do level design, but I want to rewrite this or redraw this entire thing. I want to make it consistent here. So yeah. How's it going, Yesfa? Yeah. Yeah, let's call it here. Let me see who we can raid. Simple Game Dev is back. He's back. Who's Curiosity? Let me see who this is. He must have rated me or something at some point. Future time box inventory grid. Indie dev. Finally diced. Fortnite Scout. In the meantime, I also want to see if we can find any better godot devs. Hey, look who's that? There's Mr. Jitspo, actually. Cam the Goblin. Oh, Curiosity is a godot dev. All right. All right. I will see you guys. Peace.